hello, chat. Hello, hello. This is so not fair, though. Why is it not fair? Hey, Mr. Blast. Hello, everybody. Hello, Vacant Zero. Hello, Vox and Socks. Hello, Ross DeBoss. Hello, hello all. How we doing? Hello, Paladin. Hello, Nindrain. Hello, KBS. Hello, the Mana King. Hello, GamerG. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Irked. Who's this stunning woman I see before me? Wow. Acting like you didn't acting like you expected Riverboat Jack. Heading to the store, we'll be back. Steam once back. Okay, cool. Hello, Ashley. Hey, Snuggle Kitten. I'm a ginger. We are genetically programmed to continue the race. You cannot be ginger and not have a redhead fetish. How am I supposed to maintain my rage when you're this hot? Well, see, Chad, I come to you in a bit of a bind today. I find myself at a bit of an impasse because there's a number of stories we could cover today, certainly. But we're kind of like in a period where a lot of the political stories that are coming out are mostly about politicians treading water while they feign an attempt at trying to negotiate a debt ceiling plan. And we all know that either the Republicans are just going to deny any kind of plan and are instead going to embrace the oblivion that is defaulting on the US debt, or Joe Biden is going to cave to their every demand, or, and this is a long shot, Joe Biden will invoke the 14th Amendment and just bypass the negotiations altogether. Unfortunately, there's gonna be like another 2 to 3 weeks of like feigning negotiations. So it's not great. There are still some options available to us for stories. We could talk a little bit about the Nazi U-Haul crash at the White House. We can talk a little bit about Trump's upcoming trial. We will probably talk a bit about the Catholic clergy's abuse of children being revealed in the state of Illinois. I thought June 1st was the drop dead date. Last I heard, it was going to be sometime in the first week of June. So it depends. Wait, what the hell? A U-Haul truck hit at the White House? Yeah, so for those of you who might not might have been busy over like the past few days, I believe last night, a U-Haul crashed into a security barrier near the White House. You can see a video of it here.
Out of Washington, this new video of a frightening situation playing out near the White House. A U-Haul truck has crashed into a security barrier protecting Lafayette Park. Investigators are now looking into the possibility that this might have been an intentional act. The Secret Service says the U-Haul's cargo area was empty, but an officer pulled what appeared to be a Nazi flag from the cab of the truck. The driver now facing a number of charges, including threatening to kill, kidnap, or inflict harm on a president or family member.
Yeah, so there's not that many details about the story here yet. What you saw in that video is about all we got, okay? Man appears to have deliberately crashed his U-Haul into a security barrier near the White House. And one of the only things found in the cab of the U-Haul was a Nazi flag. Now, that's all we know so far, and I think it's probably fair to say that the guy driving this was an insane neo-Nazi. Given the evidence, I think that's a fair conclusion to come to. But we don't know all the facts. And I'm just saying that because if you look on social media about the Nazi U-Haul, you're gonna find all kinds of crazy theories. They're trying to do anything and everything they can to deny that this guy is a neo-Nazi, right? Oh, he couldn't possibly be a neo-Nazi. He only had a Nazi flag with him. I mean, why else would somebody have a Nazi flag with him? Well, it's clearly because he's a plant by the CIA to try and make it seem like Joe Biden is hated by neo-Nazis. It's like, yeah, neo-Nazis don't like Joe Biden. You don't need to plant that, actually. Here's some more details from the New York Post. Thank you for those, by the way, Paladin. The alleged neo-Nazi accused of intentionally ramming a U-Haul truck into a White House security barrier has been identified as 19-year-old Sai Varsith Kandula. The Post learned Kandula, a Chesterfield, Missouri man, was identified as the person who careened the box truck, adorned with the Nazi flag, into barriers along Lafayette Square, roughly just steps from the White House, Monday night. He has since been charged with threatening to kill, kidnap, or inflict harm on a president, vice president, or family member, as well as assault with a dangerous weapon, reckless operation of a motor vehicle, trespassing, and destruction of federal property. This guy is probably going to go to prison for a while. Kandula rented a U-Haul vehicle from the Dulles International Airport in Virginia after traveling from St. Louis. After barreling the vehicle into the security barriers, he reportedly exited the front seat and started waving the red swastika emblazoned flag before he was taken into custody. Oh, so they didn't pull out the flag. He was waving it. Kandula allegedly told FBI investigators he wanted to take control of the government and kill the president. Investigators are probing whether mental health played a role. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that, you know, someone traveling across the country and having purchased a neo-Nazi flag and waving it while threatening to kill the president, probably not a sane actor. Yeah, people immediately called it fake, based on no evidence whatsoever, by the way. Yeah, Chris Zaboji, 25, told reporters he was running in the area when he heard the commotion. He described the driver crashing into the security barrier at least 2 times. There you can see the Nazi flag. Wild stuff. Very ineffective, by the way. By the way, just pro tip: if you're trying to get remotely close to the White House, A, don't, and B, there's no way you are going to drive a van into the White House. Just pro tip. These things, these like posts, they are driven into the ground. Like, they are solid, okay? They are not gonna go anywhere short of a thermonuclear explosion, okay? Hey, DH Express. And also, like, even if you did manage to get through one of those barrier points, right? Even if you managed that, they have security all around that. You're gonna get, like, 5 steps tops once you exit your vehicle. Yeah, it's not even the laser beams hidden in the ground. It's like the laser sentries mounted on top of every single building around this park, you know? Yeah, they're gonna hammer. Wait, is Hammer of Dawn, is that an outdated reference? Do you guys understand that reference? Oh, Nindrine, we all know you know the top secret secrets. We just don't know what they are yet. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys got it. They don't even need building mounted lasers. They just got one in space. From Gears of War, yes. Think Swiss cheese because that is how his truck would look. That would be how his body would look, okay? So that's a currently unfolding story. There's not a ton of detail to add, except right-wing Nazi U-Haul. Do I have a roundup of like people on Twitter? I don't give a fuck. Your hair looks super red today. Thanks, I got my hair did today. Sentient Waffle, hello! Also, Sentient Waffle and the Mana King both need subs. What is Gears of War? It's a video game from the 1980s. In it, there's a weapon called the Hammer of Dawn, and it's a giant laser in space. I feel like Gears of War is one of those franchises that like kind of came and then just like went. You know, like I feel like it didn't make that much of an impact, which is crazy. There were like 10 games, you know?
Donald Trump appeared.
Yo, Sentient Waffle,
Just needed to de-white myself.
Do you... Excuse me a moment, I need to de-white myself. Sentient Waffle, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. For supporting stream and being the first one today to do so. After Mr. Blast, who did so on Twitch before I was on screen. I see. Let's see. All right. We also now know, chat, when Donald Trump is going to be facing trial for his fraud charges over the attempts to conceal the hush money paid out to Stormy Daniels. This is actually interesting because I assumed it was going to be like 2 years out, maybe. His criminal trial, and again, a trial that can result in felonies if he is convicted, is actually set for March 25th, 2024. It's less than a year from now. That's crazy, actually. I don't know, like that's to me that's just wild news. It's right in the middle of the primaries. It's going to be an absolute like circus, of course. But it is fascinating that we're actually going to see this happen prior to the election. And I believe that now that the date has been set, once it starts, it's gonna occur over the course of like 2 to 4 weeks, you know? So that's interesting. Oh shit, Vox and Socks with the hot goss. Also being reported by Tristan Snell, former New York Attorney General, that Mar-a-Lago documents case indictment is imminent. Oh, that's gonna be juicy. Oh, when that drops, I'm gonna have to like immediately go live because that is such huge news. To the point that when that news drops, you guys are legally required to @ me on Twitter about it. The only time I will ever ask you to @ me on Twitter about anything. Yeah, for the documents he was storing, and definitely not stealing. Hello, Irked. I cannot wait to see that drop. I'm genuinely curious, GamerG, how many crimes are gonna come with that indictment? You know? How many crimes are they gonna try and charge him with? Because that is going to be a big one. It's gonna be nice to see him squirm a little. Not gonna lie. Just kind of following this up though. Here's a little look inside of the courtroom when they set the trial date. Keep in mind, chat. This is history. Look at this. A president of the United States. Sure, he's on a monitor, but he's in a courtroom, chat. Marking, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much.
Remotely in a Manhattan courtroom Tuesday, where the judge set a date of March 25th, 2024 for the former president's criminal trial and warned him not to disclose evidence in advance. Trump is charged with falsifying business records to conceal money paid to silence porn star Stormy Daniels ahead of his 2016 presidential election. Trump has pleaded not guilty to 34 criminal counts in the case. At least 4 screens in the courtroom showed Trump wearing a striped red tie and blue suit, sitting next to his lawyer in front of a background of U.S. flags. Trump's attorney told Justice Juan Merchan that Trump understood he could not disclose certain evidence, including witness statements, to third parties such as news outlets or on social media. Prosecutors have said the order was needed because of Trump's history of attacks on social media and the risk that witnesses might be harassed. But the frontrunner for the Republican nomination for president in the 2024 election remains free to speak about most evidence in the case, which comes from the defense.
Yeah, so very, very interesting situation unfolding here. And yeah, not all GamerG, you make a good point. Like, you can apparently you can just commit petty crimes as president and they won't do anything. But like, keep in mind, they gave him numerous opportunities to return the documents that they made him aware that he had. And instead of giving them back, he tried to negotiate giving them back over the course of 3 months. Gave back some of them, said that it was all of them, and then actively tried to hide more of the documents. Like, he is so boned on that documents case. It's not even funny. There is no way he does not get nailed for those crimes. Oh god, Neuron, I cannot think of anything that would make Joe Biden lose the election harder than pardoning Donald Trump. Honestly, if Joe Biden pardons Donald Trump for any of this, I'm gonna like have to like just sit and stare in a dark room at the wall. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna like just stare into the abyss that is Democrat ineptitude, you know? That is liberal brain rot. Yeah, exactly, Black in the Borg. Like, holy shit, in the spirit of bipartisanship, we must move forward from our past mistakes. Sounds about right. I mean, I'm still waiting. I gotta be 100% with you guys. I'm surprised Joe Biden has yet to cave on the debt ceiling talks. I am surprised he has not caved on the debt ceiling talks. Wild, that. he gives Donald Trump a pardon, so McConnell does the bare minimum. Yeah, except that we all know that he gives Donald Trump a pardon, so McConnell does the bare minimum. McConnell wouldn't even do the bare minimum. He would just take the pardon and say, "See ya, suckers!" and then go right back to doing nothing. Yeah, Dark Brandon should emerge once again to invoke the 14th. It's true. I would just sit in the shower for several days. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I guess we have to talk about this too. It's not going to be pleasant. Trigger warning, folks. Oh god. Boy, please stop. There we go. Trigger warning. Child sexual abuse. Here we go. So, for those of you who are unaware, Illinois has been conducting an investigation into the Catholic Church and its cover-ups of sexual abuse of children for a while now, and the report was just published by the Office of the Illinois Attorney General, titled "Report on Catholic Clergy Child Sex Abuse in Illinois, 2023." And to sum it up for you guys, right off the bat, they found that over the last 70 years, the Catholic Church has covered up the molestation and abuse of almost 2,000 children. And yeah, it's really bad. And chat, we knew this was gonna be bad. Frankly, any investigation into the Catholic Church is going to turn up these types of like incidents. Sorry, Spectral Pyre. As to kind of reiterate this, France did a massive national level investigation into the sexual abuse of the Catholic Church, or the sexual abuse of minors by the Catholic Church in France, and found that over the course of about 60 years, over 200,000 children had been sexually abused and had had their abuse systematically covered up by the church. So the United States is just kind of catching up in this regard. And I also have to say, did I say 200,000? I did. Yes. Yeah, and in case any of you need a citation on that, which I understand why you might, here's a Reuters article from 2021. French clergy sexually abused over 200,000 children since 1950. So, yes. I have no evidence of anything here, but I also have to say that I think, given the fact that Illinois is 1/50th of the United States, I think that finding 2,000 children having been abused by the Catholic Church is likely, given a point of comparison as large as the country of France. I find it likely that that is an underestimate of the amount of children abused. Yeah, that's 200,000 over 73 years. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that, well, obviously since France had 200,000 kids molested, Illinois should have 200,000 kids. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Illinois, with 12 million people in it, probably has more than 2,000 kids having been molested over the course of 73 years. I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, they almost certainly missed victims. Yeah. So I'm going to read off this report. We're not going to go over the entire thing, though if you guys want to look over it for, for your own edification, here's a link in both the riverboat.gg chat and in the Twitch chat. And we'll just read the introduction that comes with this, okay? Message from the Illinois Attorney General, Kwame Raoul. The following report represents the conclusion of my office's multi-year investigation into child sex abuse by members of the Catholic clergy in the 6 dioceses around Illinois. Wait a minute. Okay, moving on. Sorry. I don't know how many dioceses are in Illinois. That would probably be a point to look into. This investigation began in the latter half of 2018 on the heels of a Pennsylvania grand jury report finding that more than 300 Catholic clerics had abused more than 1,000 children in the Commonwealth over the past 70 years. Even before being sworn into office, I committed to continue the investigation my predecessor initiated. Over the course of this investigation, 2 goals remained at its core. First, to obtain a full accounting of substantiated child sex abuse committed by Catholic clergy in Illinois and provide a complete public report of substantiated abusers, and second, to give voice to survivors in an attempt to contribute to their healing journey. So I will say, by the way, yeah, this was just 6 dioceses in Chicago. There are 194 dioceses in Illinois? Wait. Oh, okay, wait. 194 in the United States. Gotcha. There are 6 dioceses in Illinois. Okay. I was about to... I mean, obviously everything about this is disturbing. Fuck, man. Yeah, for those of you who have been subsequently confused by what just said, here's a map of each diocese in Illinois. So there are 6. There's one up around Rockford, one around Chicago, one around Joliet, one around Peoria, one around Springfield, and one in Belleville. There we go. So, we will continue here. I will also point out that it could be possible that they have omitted a lot of cases of child sex abuse, specifically because they're looking for substantiated child sex abuse, meaning child sex abuse they can find like direct evidence for, meaning that there are going to be some allegations of child sex abuse that they can't find evidence for and cannot be substantiated, and therefore are not included in their full accounting, which is, I'm guessing, where I'm going to point at their undercount is, okay? To these ends, my attorneys and investigators examined thousands of diocesan files, reviewing more than 100,000 pages of documents held by the diocese. They spent countless hours engaged in interviews and conversations with diocesan I cannot pronounce that to save my life. Diocesan leadership and representatives. Over the course of this investigation, my office received more than 600 confidential contacts from survivors through emails, letters, voicemail messages, interviews, and phone calls. My investigation team treated each allegation with the respect it deserved, and followed leads as they arose to ensure we conducted a thorough and comprehensive investigation. To build the most compelling portion of this report, my team worked closely with survivors to draft narrative accounts of their experiences as children sexually abused by clerics. Without those survivors who bravely came forward to share their experiences and perspectives, neither the investigation nor this report would feel complete. I express my sincerest gratitude to each of those survivors and to those who contacted my office for their deeply personal contributions. Yeah, this is Kwame Raoul. Yeah. And this is the beginning of the introduction. In the late summer of 2018, a Pennsylvania grand jury found that more than 300 Catholic clerics, ordained bishops, priests, and deacons ministering in the Commonwealth sexually abused over 1,000 children during the prior 70 years. Soon after the grand jury released its report, Cardinal Blaise J. Cupich of the Archdiocese of Chicago penned a letter describing the anger, shock, grief, and shame he felt upon learning about the devastating revelations of sexual abuse and the failures of bishops to safeguard the children entrusted to their care, published in the Pennsylvania Grand Jury Report. Bishop Daniel R. Conlon, then of the Diocese of Joliet, termed the Pennsylvania numbers staggering. He found it alarming to realize the extent to which some of my brother bishops and priests have failed to uphold their obligations to care for the people. Along those same lines, Bishop Edward K. Braxton, then of the Diocese of Belleville, thought the Pennsylvania grand jury's findings deeply disturbing, causing anger, frustration, disappointment, and bewilderment in the minds and hearts of Catholic laity and clergy. Consistent with the reactions of these Illinois Catholic leaders, shockwaves were felt across the nation as a result of the Pennsylvania report. Attorneys general from multiple states, including Illinois, announced investigations into child sex abuse by Catholic clerics. Even before taking office in January 2019, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul committed to continue the investigation started in late 2018 by his predecessor, former Illinois Attorney General Lisa Madigan. Attorney General Raoul reiterated to the leaders of the Illinois Catholic Church that the two primary goals of the investigation: 1, obtain the complete accounting of substantiated child sex abuse committed by Illinois Catholic clerics, meaning the available evidence supports the conclusion that the cleric committed child sexual abuse, and 2, provide voice to survivors in the hope they would find at least some measure of healing. The Catholic Conference of Illinois reports that the state's 3.5 million Catholics make up approximately 27% of Illinois' total population. The Catholic Conference notes that the church maintains 949 parishes and has 2,215 priests, 1,372 deacons, and 260 religious brothers to serve the state's Catholic community. So here are the total findings. Sorry. I'm skipping ahead to the section of this report, the Attorney General's investigation by the numbers. At the time the Attorney General announced an investigation into child sex abuse by Catholic clerics, only 2 of the 6 Illinois dioceses, the Archdiocese of Chicago and the Diocese of Joliet, posted a list of substantiated Catholic cleric child sex abusers on their websites. Between the 2 of them, they listed 103 substantiated child sex abusers. The Archdiocese of Chicago listed 68 abusers, and the Diocese of Joliet listed 35 abusers. Within months of the investigation's opening, and at the Attorney General's urging, the 4 remaining dioceses all posted a list of substantiated child sex abusers who ministered within their diocese on their respective websites. The Archdiocese of Chicago and the Diocese of Joliet also added more names to their lists. As a result, by December 2018, an additional 81 clerics substantiated as child sex abusers were listed on the Illinois diocese websites. So, to bring that again, like, just catch you up on that, guys. By December of 2018, their list of known sex abusers within the Catholic Church went from 103 to 184. And I just have to say, what's really fucking sussy about all of this is that that's not the law at work here. There's no law that is investigating these dioceses and finding these sex abusers. There's no investigation by December 2018. You know, it is just beginning. To be very clear, these are known child sex abusers that were already known by the Catholic leadership across Illinois. And not only were they known, many of them were not charged because their abuse had occurred earlier. So, this isn't the law revealing these people. This is the church being like, yeah, these people, look, these people, these men of God, they did a little child sex abuse. You know. I would like to know whether or not these people were terminated from their positions. Right? That seems like a thing to know. However, from what I've gathered from reading other reports like this, generally that's not the modus operandi. Instead, they shuffle them around to try and move them to an area where they won't cause as much trouble. Yeah, these are the ones that we're willing to admit to now that the statute of limitations is up. Exactly. Because guess what? How many of you guys have gone, show of hands, how many of you guys have gone to any of these diocese websites to look for their publicly posted list of sex abusers? Hey, Berserker, how you doing? Yeah, on the 13th of May, 2017, Pope Francis acknowledged the Vatican had a 2,000 case backlog of child sex abuse cases. I gotta be honest, like, Black and the Borg, like, there is no way the Vatican is aware of only 2,000 child sex abuse cases. That is absurd. I am sure, again, given the fact that France alone had 200,000 cases, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that the Vatican knows about a fair fuck ton more. Here is a quote from one of the survivors. For so long, I did suffer in silence, and it was only when I contacted the Illinois Attorney General Clergy Abuse Hotline did I feel safe to share what happened to me. Because of you, I've been able to open up about the abuse and seek the professional help that I need. I no longer feel alone with the abuse, and with my loved ones and my friends and my therapist, I'm on a good path now. I still have my struggles, but at least I am not alone. So, some catharsis is coming of this, but guys, it gets worse. It gets so much worse, obviously, you know? From January 2019 and through the rest of the investigation, the Attorney General pressed the Illinois Diocese to add the names of more clerics and more non-ordained religious brothers to their public list of substantiated child sex abusers. This effort included information gathering and analyzing diocesan That can't be right. Diocesan files? I'll you know what? How about this? We're gonna Google the pronunciation.
Diocesan.
Well, that doesn't sound right. Diocesan. Okay, cool. Diocesan files. I know what I know how to pronounce diocese. I don't know how to pronounce this word, which I will throw up on screen. Okay? How do you say that one? I'm not Catholic, and it shows. Yeah, exactly, Kamikaze. I'm diocesan, apparently. As someone who grew up very Catholic, the pronunciation you played is accurate? Okay. Diocesan. Alright. Diocesan. I'll try and remember that one. Because apparently that comes up a lot in this report, which makes sense. With investigators then advocating to diocesan representatives and attorneys that sufficient information existed to substantiate a child sex abuse claim, file by file, one cleric at a time. In other instances, investigators brought information to the diocese's attention relating to clerics who'd been substantiated as child sex abusers by other Catholic entities, information the diocese did not previously know. This too resulted in the public naming of additional substantiated child sex abusers. The Attorney General also successfully urged dioceses to change their policies relating to transparency and the disclosure of substantiated child sex abusers, leading to the disclosure of multiple clerics at a time. Through this laborious process, over the course of many months, the Illinois diocese eventually disclosed 150 more clerics and religious brothers as substantiated child sex abusers on their respective websites. Imagine, I'm sorry. This is fucking disgusting. How they had the files. They had the information. And these bastards just threw them in file cabinets. Some cold-hearted son of a bitch typed this down. These allegations and these pieces of evidence of sexual abuse of children, and then left it to rot in fucking filing cabinets. In some cases for 70 years. As the result of these disclosures, by the time the Attorney General concluded the investigation, the Illinois diocese had publicly disclosed 334 clerics and religious brothers as substantiated child sex abusers across all dioceses. Because some of these clerics and religious brothers ministered in more than one diocese, the total number of discrete child sex abusers now disclosed by the Illinois diocese is 320. In total, the respective Illinois dioceses disclosed 150 abusers in the Archdiocese of Chicago, 52 abusers in the Diocese of Joliet, 42 abusers in the Diocese of Belleville, 43 abusers in the Diocese of Peoria, 24 abusers in the Diocese of Rockford, 23 abusers in the Diocese of Springfield. All told, the Attorney General's investigation resulted in the Illinois diocese publicly listing an additional 231 substantiated Catholic cleric and religious brothers child sex abusers across all the dioceses. In addition to the 334 clerics and religious brothers disclosed across the Illinois diocese, the Attorney General is publicly disclosing in this report 160 more clerics and religious brothers across 5 of the 6 Illinois dioceses who both ministered in Illinois and have been substantiated by Catholic sources as child sex abusers. but whom have not been disclosed as such by the Illinois diocese. Because some of these clerics and religious brothers ministered in more than one diocese, the total number of additional discrete child sexual abusers is 149. These additional disclosures bring the total number of publicly disclosed substantiated child sex abusers across the Illinois diocese to 494. So, we also have a handy little graph here for you to look at to get an idea of just what the Catholic Church was hiding. And again, known to them as child sexual abusers. Right here, you have the number prior to any type of investigation. And boy howdy, it more than quadruples. 4.5 times, 450% growth after the Attorney General investigated. It's almost 500%, indeed. 4.5 times. Yeah. But you know, trans people are the real groomers. The Catholic Church is actively covering up active pedophiles. But, you know, a teacher having a rainbow flag in her classroom, that's grooming the kids. Oh, by the way, just as an FYI, it's not just the Catholics. This is also a huge problem in the evangelical and Baptist churches, okay? There was a major scandal like a year or two ago about the Southern Baptist Convention doing the exact same thing with like youth pastors and like just normal ass pastors as well. So this isn't unique to the Catholic Church. It's just better known amongst the Catholic Church. Yeah, the Southern Baptist report is absolutely excruciating. The investigation also revealed claims by at least 1,997 survivors who were sexually abused by the 451 Catholic clerics and religious brothers who are now publicly disclosed in Illinois as substantiated child sex abusers, numbers far greater than those reported by the Pennsylvania grand jury. So, I want you guys to remember towards the beginning of this report, do you guys remember how the Attorney General read off different comments about how horrified the leadership of these different dioceses in Illinois were over the allegations of child sexual abuse and the substantiated child sex abuse that had occurred in the state of Pennsylvania, and they knew that their numbers, keep in mind, even if you are very charitable to the Catholic Church in Illinois here, right off the bat, their number of disclosed members of the church who were abusing children almost doubled just in the first 3 months. Over the course of the investigation, that number, the initial number, tripled. They knew. And they fucking lied. And they didn't just lie one time, they lied over and over and over and over and over again. Every single time they talked about their hearts breaking for these children and these victims. They lied. Because your heart doesn't break for victims of child sexual abuse if you are actively covering for known sexual abusers of children that are already in your institution. Your heart doesn't break for those kids. You don't give a fuck about those kids. Because you're the one letting them get raped. You're the one enabling these priests to sexually abuse children. And you're covering for them. But yeah, you know, a trans woman wanting to use the bathroom in Florida is the real sexual predator, right? You can literally show evidence of thousands of children being molested to conservatives these days, and they will just be like, okay, but that just means trans people have molested more. And that's just, we live in fucking crazy times. Let's not forget how the church also kidnapped, raped, and unalived Native children as well. Well, we'll never forget about that. The genocidal project against indigenous people is particularly unforgivable, amongst a whole slew of unforgivable and unwashable perhaps sins. Yeah, to Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is just gonna make a video, guys, and I really need to just stop talking about Matt Walsh, because at this point we already know what he's gonna say on any given topic, right? Black and the Borg is 100% correct. He's just gonna put out a video talking about how actually, you know, the Catholic Church isn't a threat to children. It's just the fact that there are secret gays infiltrating the church to predate on children, and he's gonna turn it into like a trans people homosexual grooming thing. That's his angle. We already know it. We don't have to wait for it to happen. We know that that's what it's gonna be. Tomorrow when he does his show, I'm reading the future here, guys. That's what it's gonna be. If he talks about it at all, which is dubious at best. Just and by the way, like they published the list of known child sex abusers. You can find it on the Illinois Attorney General site. Just so goddamn many of them, man. So goddamn many. And you can click on any one of these. man. This this guy raped 22 kids, man. Fuck. Okay, can't keep looking at that. It's unspeakable. I'm just gonna link the report again. If you guys want to read it, you are welcome to. Yeah, I'm gonna put on some music and step away with the BRB screen and get some water. Very Knifey Duck, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. And we'll be back in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Had to take a minute. KBS, thank you for using your Prime to subscribe over on Twitch. Appreciate it. Also, hello, everybody. How we doing? Yeah, hey, it's Aurora. Hello, Archangel. Also, folks, we've been streaming for over an hour. Consider this. I should have done the top of the hour ad break before before I left, but it's hard. I'm sorry for making you cry. Oh no, I know KBS. I'd been planning to cover it anyway because I saw it come out on Twitter earlier. So you were not the catalyst for that. Hope you're doing better. Yeah, it is hard, you know. I'm not good at emotion stuff, chat. I've got a donut for you as soon as I get my hands clean from dinner. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. Also, thank you for the people sending me the nice compliments about my hair. Got my hair done today. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm okay, boiled peanuts. It's just really hard to talk about child sex abuse, you know? Like, it's... I've worked with kids, like, almost my entire life, you know? Ashley, thank you for the
Asterisk
5.
Ashley J. Curtis asterisk gifted asterisk 5 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Yeah, I don't know how to turn off the reading of the of the flavor text. I appreciate the 5 gifted subs, Ashley. Thank you so goddamn much. But yeah, no, it's I worked for those of you who don't know, because I don't talk about my employment history all that often, but like my first like adult jobs were as a camp counselor at Christian Bible camp. And like it is hard for me to wrap my head around the idea that anyone would want to hurt my kiddos, you know? And yeah, I'm adjacent to that world, and it hurts me on like a deep level, you know? Like, because I've seen those kids. I've seen a lot of those kids, and like statistically some of them are just not okay. And it hurts me a lot, you know? And I did that for 2 years. And then I went into like some freelance writing for a bit. Interned at Game Informer. I don't know if that means anything to you folks these days. But then through luck and happenstance, I managed to get a job writing for a charity called Extra Life, which is a children's charity. It raises money for sick and injured kids in hospitals across the US and Canada. And like I would tour hospitals, and I would go to like their yearly events where like they would have like the champion kids who were like fighting against diseases and like different conditions and illnesses, and they'd bring them all to like Disney World, and it was It was good. I enjoyed that a lot. Being able to spend time with like sick kids in hospitals was really, really good.
For the bestest Jack, gotta get back on the tier 4.
Archangel, thank you for the tier 4 sub. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. And it, like, I don't know. I worked for Extra Life for almost a decade. See ya, Bruiserker. And, yeah, I don't know. Most of my career has, in retrospect, been about helping kids. Like, I helped build up the Extra Life community, brought in millions of views to their project, their fundraising, and I would like to think that that helped no small amount of kids. You know, and it's difficult for me to wrap my head around that kind of evil. So it hits on a level that isn't usually hittable when I cover politics, you know? Which, by the way, whenever anyone says online activism doesn't do anything, I know that they're either lying for some reason that is unfathomable to me, or they are just ignorant, if I'm going to be charitable. That's the charitable word I'll use. Because I've literally helped and seen online communities raise millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to help sick and injured kids in hospitals. And yeah, that's not Medicare for all, and we need Medicare for all. But, like, it's something. And it's something that sometimes means the difference between, like, a kid getting their cancer treatment or not. So, I don't know. I'm kind of rambling at this point, but it's something that's personal to me. Do you ever talk about your spiritual deconstruction? If you ever had one?
I'm glad you were out there helping the kiddos.
Aw, Distron, thank you for the $20 dono. I try not to make too big of a deal about it. Well, mostly because, like, I don't know. Like, I did a lot of work over a long period of time, but, like, I never wanted to brag about it, you know? Yeah, like, KBS, Child's Play is great. Because, like, hospitals are fucking scary, and I think that there's definitely a place for, like, getting kids, like, toys and games to help them, you know, get through the scary experience of being in the hospital. It's lonely, isolating, scary. And then Extra Life I kind of view as, like, the flip side, which is allowing them to get that care in the first place. Distron, thank you for the $20 dono. Incredibly generous. Archangel, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Also incredibly generous. Thank you so much, both of you. You guys are what allow me to do this show. So thanks. Also, I feel like I matched my eyebrows. Just totally unrelated. I feel like I matched my eyebrows very well with my hair today. Hey, Doodleburb. How you doing? You doing okay? You blubbering at me. Good night, Mr. Blast. You stay awesome as well, okay? Plus, like, the hospital, I don't know, the children's hospital near me that I was personally connected to, children's specialty healthcare. Does a lot of really great work with long-term patients struggling with cerebral palsy, and it's just really good, you know. Knowing that I played a small role in like helping those kids get what they needed. Oh my god, this is a derpy bunny. Also, I finally saw Guardians of the Galaxy 3 last night. Good bun. And holy fuck, chat, if you guys are at all emotionally, like, get emotionally attached to animals in movies or TV shows, it's gonna rip your heart out, man. It is harrowing. I cried numerous times. I still remember getting to play with an NES in the hospital as a kid, and it really helped me. What is? Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I have a headache, and so couldn't stream. Now I'm cozy here. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad my my stream helps with the headaches, friend. Good night, Mithril Mist. Just got more family bad news. Mithril Mist, let yourself cry if you gotta. It can be really cathartic, and I'm really sorry you got some more bad family news. Helped the channel called Elder Dragon Hijinks organize a charity stream for NAF. It was supposed to be a quick thing, spend 4 days, raise 25K. We raised $73,000. Damn near everybody in the Magic the Gathering community helped us with donations, joining the stream, promoting. People want the help. It's true, Paladin Lost. People do want to help. Hey, Kyryu. Thank you for the compliment. I hope the color is good. It went a little bit darker than I thought it was. But I think also just the camera tends to darken it a little bit. Like you can see, it's not actually that dark. This is closer to what it looks like in person up here. Isn't there a character based on the beautiful Russian space dog? Yeah, there's a character in the movie based on Laika, the cosmonaut dog, and it delights me, and I like it a lot. I was in the hospital a ton growing up. I loved when they rolled in the N64 on my overnight stays. Yeah. It does look a bit darker, and I'm wondering if that's just because of like because the place I go to, they formulate it fresh every time. It's not like they have a set color. They have to like mix it up in the back. So I'm wondering if like they've just moved darker. I think next time I go, I might ask for it a little bit lighter, but I do not mind this darker shade. I think someone asked about my spiritual deconstruction? Are you guys interested in hearing about that? Because I can definitely talk about that a little bit if you guys would like. I know that that's currently a hot topic on leftist Twitter, which frankly I just shouldn't be paying attention to anymore. But you know, I got the brainworms. Sure, why not? That was me? Okay. All right, so yeah, honestly, I gotta be honest with you guys. My thoughts on like spirituality are pretty muddled. You know, it's really hard for me to like pull apart what I internalized as a child and like religious belief, I guess. All I really know is that as time went on, more and more inconsistencies between like the teachings of like the Christian church, and I was raised like in a non-denominational Christian church. And the more and more I just saw that, like, you know, there's this teaching about love everybody, but then a whole lot of people just seem to really hate gays. And that does not seem like love to me, you know? And so, like, I would ask, you know, I would go to, like church meetings, and I'd be like, hey, how do we treat gay people? Like, what's the deal with that? Like, what, is it okay? Is it not okay? And the answer that I got was that, well, there are a number of prominent gays and lesbians in the community who donate to the church. Which isn't an answer to the question. It's just acknowledging that they give money to the church. And, like, that's inconsistent to me on a level that was hard for me to digest. You know? I was really trying my best to be, like, a good cis boy and a good heterosexual, but, like, I had a lot of questions about gender and sexuality. And the questions when I asked them in church were like did not, the answers I got, whether they were like, well, the gays aren't okay, or like, well, they give us money so they're okay, like, it didn't square with my understanding of, like, biblical text, you know? Did you grow up doing the church thing and later turn away? So I grew up going to church on Sundays sometimes. It was sporadic, and then turned into just a holiday-only affair. Like, we'd go to church on Christmas and Easter. But, like, my parents tried to get me to go to Sunday school, but, like, I didn't connect with anyone in Sunday school. Like, I didn't make friends, and a lot of it just felt, like, weird and judgy, and, like, they didn't really like questions all that much, you know? And so there just seemed to be a whole lot of inconsistencies. And then I hit college, and I was still asking questions. I'd go to Bible studies in college. I was part of a couple, like, campus outreach groups. And, like, frankly, like, through my interactions with those groups, I kind of came to the conclusion that a lot of it was just, a lot of these people were full of bullshit, you know? And not necessarily the teachings that I had learned, because I thought, like, there's not necessarily bullshit in stuff like be kind to others, or treat others the way you want to be treated, or, like, you know, he who's without sin cast the first stone. Like, there's not, to me, those made sense, you know? Hey, Logeno. But some of the other things, like, I don't know, supposedly we were all part of this faithful church community, and I would show up every Wednesday and help set up, DB Wolf, thank you for subscribing, on Twitch. And I would help set up, like, the sound systems and the PA and stuff for, or the AV for their weekly, like, group meetings. And I did that for, like, a year and a half, and then I realized nobody in this group knew who I was. Nobody gave a fuck about who I was. They didn't know who I was after a year and a half of consistently seeing me. And not only that, but whenever I asked questions, they didn't have good answers. They didn't have answers that squared with, like, the underlying ethos that I had come to know, right? And on top of that, there was a long period of time where I was in a Bible study, and this Bible study was supposed to be for, like, you know, aspiring young men. And then it came to the end of the year, and I was like, okay, so we're going to be doing this next year too. And no, actually, the person I had thought was going to be my mentor turned out, oh no, you'll never see any of these people again, you know. And I was like, oh, that seems incorrect but okay. And just like a lot of alienation, you know, in a community that is supposed to be built on like, you know, bonds and like brotherly sisterly love and mutual respect, I didn't find that, you know? I didn't find that in practice. What I found was like a community of people that was being conditioned to think alike and not actually question all that much. You know? It was disconcerting. Cult-like. And not only that, but as I was going through this, I was also becoming more politically aware, right? And this was like 2012-ish. I had started watching like the Young Turks and the Majority Report, and like realizing that a lot of my, I don't know, a lot of the lessons that I had internalized from like going to church and like reading the Bible, like I read the entire New Testament and most of the Old Testament, and realizing that, oh, I feel like a lot of this is leading to socialist conclusions. But when I look at the Christian church in America, it's overwhelmingly not supporting those conclusions. You know, you got your main mans in the Bible talking about, you know, clothing the homeless, feeding the hungry, you know, the showing compassion to your fellow man. You know, the kind of person who comes to release those in bondage. And instead what we have what I see when I look at the Republican Party, which is what overwhelmingly the Christians I encountered supported, was the complete opposite of that. It was sending more people into bondage of varying kinds. It was making more people hungry, denying more people healing, nickel and diming people for the very shirt off their back. And it just was not consistent. And it was so inconsistent that it broke, if not like my faith in Christianity, it certainly broke my belief in like this organized Christian religion. I think overall that has proven itself to be a failure. So as of right now, when we're talking about like my spiritual journey, I guess, I suppose I would say I'm agnostic. Agnostic with like Christian seasoning, you know? Oh yeah, like, and that's another thing, Gay Aaron. Like, looking around and seeing that so many evangelicals in America fell for prosperity gospel. The teaching that if you just believe in Jesus and your faith is true, you will be rewarded with money, which is just deeply, deeply horrifying to me for a lot of things, for a lot of reasons. And so a lot of it just comes down to, for me, I don't know which organized religion I would say that I would most closely resemble. You know, by and large, I think that the New Testament is fairly good. Like, at least the stuff about Jesus, I like for the most part. I find it pretty charming in the New Testament that Jesus gets angry at a fig tree and curses it. But I don't see any other organized religion, and I've looked into a number of them that like really at all fit well the universe and the world I see, you know? And yeah, Sentient Waffle, that's the other thing, because after I kind of had that falling out, I started learning more about the history of, like, these religious texts, and it's like, man, have you guys listened to any of the history about some of these councils? Of, like, you know, the Christians are often taught that, like, the Bible is an infallible record of God, and then you look back at, like, the Nicene Council, and you're like, oh, actually, this was a huge clusterfuck. Like, it's a historic, like, it's, you look back on it, and even, like, through the lens of history that tends to organize things, you can see that it's a clusterfuck. Just an absolute clusterfuck. And it's just, I find it very difficult to be like, yes, this text is inerrant, and also had to be established over, like, a dozen different church councils, also during which they, like, excommunicated anyone who disagreed with them, and then had them, like, hunted down and destroyed utterly. You know, like that actually seems maybe to not lend a ton of credence to these holy texts. And then don't even get me started on, like, the errata, like the entire, like, you know, Book of Enoch, and, like, all the wild shit that, like, some people are like, yeah, this is real, and other people are like, no, that's clearly not. Like, to this day, it doesn't fit. How do you know if someone is right or wrong if they and everyone they know are or are not exterminated? Exactly, Socrates. Also, hey, Socrates, how you doing? I used to actively hate organized religion, but that changed when I saw how much comfort and community and meaning my Jewish friend gets from it, and I'm jealous, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, Vox and Socks, of all of the organized religions I've seen, Judaism actually seems like just really nice. Reformed Judaism, by the way, not Orthodox Judaism. Orthodox Judaism, I'm you know, the fundamentalism of it is frightening. But, like, Reformed Judaism seems pretty cool. I like a lot of the symbolism. It vibes with me, you know. Some Christians say it's impossible to truly follow the tenets of Christianity without weekly mass and weekly communion. My answer is that organized Christianity has become such a perversion of Christian teachings through 2,000 years of varying degrees of corruption, overly conservative readings, and even revisions of vague scripture that I'd say it's impossible to be a real Christian in the footsteps of Christ while believing solely in the church. Well, yeah, you're not supposed to believe solely in the church, though. That's part of the problem, GD Reaper, right? Is that a lot of these people feel entitled to make the revisions and changes to the Bible over the course of the 2,000 years because they didn't just believe in the church. They believed that God was telling them to change something about these texts, you know? Which, you know, mileage may vary on those ones, you know? Yeah, Reformed Judaism, from what I know, is pretty pro-LGBTQ and, like, pretty willing to admit a lot of the ritual is symbolic rather than functional, which, I don't know, that's nice. It's nice to be upfront with that. Oh yeah, also, like, just looking into, like, the history of the Catholic Church and, like, the popes in particular. You know, the Borgia family did a real number on their credibility. There are progressive Christian denominations that even have women and LGBTQ as pastors, but they don't get the noise the Christian fascists get. Well, yeah, but also, like, I don't think it's bad to be religious. I just think that there are too many there were too many inconsistencies for me, and those inconsistencies too often veered in a destructive way, or a way that I viewed as destructive anyway. So eventually it just kind of broke my belief in that organized system, that particular organized system. And I'm still open to the idea there might be an organized system that I've yet to consider, but um yeah, it just kind of leaves me with like, and I hate it. I hate kind of having like the wibbly wobbliness of agnosticism hanging over my head. It feels like a weak ideological position to take, um, but at the end of the day, I'm also still not gonna fuck with Ouija boards. You know, like that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like I still have some amount of latent like superstition in me, and I don't want to fuck with Ouija boards, and I don't think ghosts or demons are real, but also, why take the chance? Oh god, we're trained that way. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the abandoned insane asylum. I don't think there's any entity or presence down in there. But I'm still not gonna go camp out there for the night, cause I'm a giant pussy. Okay. Heard the joke about Niels Bohr, the inventor of Bohr model for atoms. No, lay it on me. It's okay. I felt the same way about agnosticism. At a certain point, you just have to accept the inherent ambiguity with life and embrace the uncertainty. Plus, there's an amount of like comfort in uncertainty, right? You know, like I don't know what happens after death. Um, like from like your consciousness's point of view. You know, maybe we're stuck in like just a melody of like death chemical induced fever dream for what seems to be, you know, an eternity. I don't know. Um, but maybe there is something like a soul. I don't know. Probably not, but like maybe. I don't know. Um, and also I'm a lay all my cards on the table since we're already talking about this. Like I feel like if there is a god, if that does happen to be a thing, right? Um I don't think I don't think that any kind of just or good deity, again, if such a thing exists, would fault an individual for just not knowing. For thinking about it and coming to the conclusion that, hey, I'm just a dumb little idiot. I don't know. I don't know. I'm doing my best. I got a little monkey brain. I'm doing the best I can. Okay? And sometimes, most times, the best I can do is just like get through a day with crying like one or two times. You know, like how do I chat on the GG site? You log in on the riverboat.gg site, and then you click the live button, and then you are able to click in the chat. And if you are not logged in on the .gg site, you can click into the chat and try to type something, and it will prompt you to log in. It lets me type, but I'm logged in. Ugh. Do you have a VPN on? Yeah, you can't have your VPN on. Oh, Paladin. Thank you for the the $40 dono. That is incredibly generous. I don't know why it's not reading it off. It's being a little doucher about that. Let me check over on alert box. Text is not like the alert should work. That it works.
This is a test donation for $90.
I don't know why it didn't work. I'm sorry, Paladin. If I could. I'm trying to see if there's a way I can send like a self message. Does not look like there is. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. Hey, Chris Huggy, you made it onto the website. You did it. I like the United Methodist Church. The non-Jesus believers are leaving the male body and keeping the churches committed to live like Jesus. I'm not entirely sure exactly what that means, but I'm glad you like it. Oh, God. God. I think liberation theology is the way to go. Liberation theology is really good from what I've seen. Squish. What is liberation theology? It's basically like a more socially aligned theology for like evangelical Christianity. It's kind of it grew out of like the abolition movement, and it's basically adopting a theological framework to assist the oppressed and to raise them out of their oppression and to lock arm in arm, you know? Hey, 10-letter name. Got my hair did today. It has depth now and better frames my face and is a darker shade of red. Hence the liberation. Yeah, exact. You get it, Vox and Socks. Wooga! You get it. You got it. You get it. It's wavy and curly and so pretty. I need to learn how to do waves and curls on my own. I feel like I have now seen it done enough at this hairdresser to maybe attempt trying to do it myself. Oh, excuse me. I have a seething hatred for transphobes. I gotta be honest, I fucking despise these people. I want nothing but the worst for them. Sorry, just had to let that out. I've been on Twitter. Yeah, Stout Man. Yeah, I get it. Victory curls? I don't know what victory I'd be celebrating with these curls, but yeah. You know, Rad might be able to help you with that. I don't know exactly what you mean. Yo, it's a Roro. Congrats on shredding Morgott. Oh, yeah, curling irons and the like. Well, first step, getting curling irons. Second step, learning how to use a blow dryer. AC Real, thank you very much for the follow. I want to learn to straighten mine. I'm a little crinkly piss baby, and a twins people are scary. Oh boy. I have thoughts on a thing that happened recently, and I don't know if I should talk about it on stream yet. Maybe I should let it percolate a little bit. I don't know. Anyone else got Tears of the Kingdom? Not yet. I still need to beat Breath of the Wild. Oh, what thing? Oh, there was a debate. I watched a debate. Well, listened to a debate on my way driving around today to all the stuff I had to be at. I listened to a debate between Vosh and a lady from yesterday's stream. And I've been considering going over it on tonight's stream. But man, it's such a clusterfuck. It's not the tanky debate. It's the one from yesterday. And it's not good. It made me yell in my car, which, like, something has to really frustrate me if I'm gonna yell. Oh god. I don't know that it'd be fun. I feel like I would just be taking all of you down to rage with me. I literally just finished watching that, then came into stream. Yeah, it's pretty infuriating, 10-letter name. Not gonna lie. Puppy, it's okay. It's okay, puppy. Hey. Hey. Samus. You're okay. She was having a nightmare. What was the debate over? Oh god. It was an extension of the fucking, like, Soul Bunny drama. And then it went into black separatism / nationalism. And it was infuriating. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe we'll cover it later this week. Maybe I don't want to cover it today. It's it was not fun to listen to. Well, GamerG, I think, okay, you know what? Here, you know what? I think people need to know. I think people need to know. And this will maybe, if you ever decide to watch it, it will prepare you, okay? you have two different things, all right? You got black nationalism and you got black separatism, okay? Black nationalism is not equivalent to white nationalism, all right? Black nationalism is often focused on empowering black communities, enabling kind of black culture to persist in the face of like white like the white cultural kind of like monolith. And it's largely about, as I understand it, to be about empowering African Americans economically and culturally, and defending communities like that, you know? And I think that is fine. That is great. That's good to that extent, you know? Then you got black separatism. And black separatism, again, as I understand it, is essentially the idea pioneered by Marcus Garvey in the 1920s, that black people should have their own states, their own nations, etc. Effectively, the argument that black people and white people should have ethnostates. And Marcus Garvey, by the way, I believe was one of the people who was saying African Americans should move to Liberia. I think he was the guy who was behind that. And yeah, black separatism also very, very prominent amongst the Nation of Islam, which is the largest black separatist organization in the United States, to my knowledge. And yeah, that's Garvey. Okay, yeah. This sounds like segregation on steroids. Yeah, black separatism is not great. It seems to be, from what I've seen, very rooted in kind of like the Nation of Islam, Hotep, Black Hebrew Israelite type of thinking. You know, again, for those of you who don't remember, Black Hebrew Israelites believe that white people are a byproduct of an insane scientist like 4,000 years ago who invented white people as a mistake. So just there you go. And yeah, black separatism, not good. Not great. And yeah, ethnostates, bad and cringe. But black nationalism, from what I've seen, tends to be pretty poggers. When it's about empowering black communities. Politics? No, that's Nation of Islam, and it wasn't a mistake. It was on purpose. What are you talking about? Okay, sorry. I gotta be honest with you, I don't think it really makes a difference if a fictional guy named Yaqub invented white people as a mistake or on purpose. I don't think that's a meaningful distinction at all from my perspective. But anyway, that's basically a distinction you should all know. Black nationalism can be good. Black separatism is usually bad. There are a lot of black supremacist nationalists. I would argue that usually black supremacists fall into the black separatist category. To be honest, this feels like something we shouldn't peek into. If people want to go watch the debate, they can. I just want people to know basic terminology and definition. Because Doodleburb, what frustrated me most about that debate was that the lady or the person trying to argue about it didn't even know the basic premises of like what black nationalism is and what black separatism is. And it was very frustrating. Why are you going into a debate when you don't know what you're talking about? At least look at Wikipedia. You know? And I feel like this is one of the points of frustration, right? Which is that, like, you have access at your fingertips to all of the information we have in the world. And, like, you can know this stuff. Like, I just want people to have basic knowledge. I'm not asking for a lot. Yeah, like, man, it's not yeah, Doodleburb, it's an infuriating listen. But yeah. All I gotta say, right, is you should I think knowing basic definitions of basic terminology on the left can keep you out of a lot of stupid opinions and positions. Just know what people are talking about, what other people are talking about, and like basic terminology. And it can help you it can help inoculate you from the stupid. It can genuinely help. And I would like it if you guys were inoculated from the stupid. Cuz like even if you go down a path, right? Where you like are like, I actually think black nationalism could be good in some cases. Like, then at least know what the fuck you're talking about. You know, then you can have a conversation and an argument about it. But, like, so many people on the left don't know basic shit. And it's frustrating. I was thinking about this the other day. People on the left know, like, fancy words like dialectical materialism or whatever. But, like, then they try and talk about Marx. And it's just... it's like they missed the entire goddamn point. The entire point of Capital is explaining how capitalism works. And, like, how we can transition to a better system in the future. And, like, the key component of capital is private ownership of the means of production. And so the key difference between capitalism and a different system, whether you want to call it socialism, which I would, or something else, would be who owns the means of production. And that would, if the workers own the means of production, then it's a different economic system. And it's just like so many people on the left who talk about this don't seem to understand that distinction. And it's frustrating because that same ignorance pops up over and over and over again across not just like economic topics, but across every topic on the left. And it's very upsetting to me that people just won't like understand the basic premises. I'm not asking for like expertise. I'm not asking for overwhelming, dazzling, prodigy level knowledge. I'm just asking for like know what terms mean, man. That's all I want. I want you to at least know what the words and the terms you're using mean. Because then you get jagoffs on the left who are talking like, oh, the dialectical materialism of the situation. You need to understand. And it's just like you don't even know like what the basic defining characteristics of capitalism are. Why are you trying to lecture on like $5 words like dialectical? What are you doing? Anyway, that's my little rant on that. Just know what at the very least know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't think most people think past owning the means of production to the and therefore should benefit from the whole value of their labor part. That's the important bit. Well, yeah, but like I think a lot of people don't even get to the owning the means of production part. If I'm being 100% honest with you, I've seen way too many tankies like arguing in favor of authoritarian systems where workers don't own the means of production. There's no ownership of the means of production by the workers. It's like the state owning production. Like or like it yeah, looks at USSR and China. Exactly. I'll take what is Hegel for $300. Yeah. But it's not even tankies. Tankies are just the most vocal. Like, it's a lot of people on the left. Libs, lefties. I just want us to get to a point where we can talk and agree that, like, workers should own the means of production. And that we should be striving to shape policy towards that end. Because it's good, and it helps workers to do so. Because by workers owning the means of production, they can then reap the full benefits of their labor. Or at least far closer than under a privately owned system. But Jack, if I concede a point or take ownership of a fault, I won't get the internet points? I mean, that could be true. But you see, the ludonarrative dissidence of your Hegelian dialectics and about anti-disestablishmentarianism is lacking in humanitarian viscosity. But, like, it's not... Like, I don't want this to just be about tankies. It's about a lot of people, guys. There are lefties who don't understand fundamentally why worker ownership of the means of production is necessary. They don't understand it. They don't understand why that's a good thing. They think that, like, as mechanization and roboticization like continue, like, the capitalists will just benevolently bestow upon the working classes like a decent lifestyle, and that's just not gonna happen. And again, this isn't tankies. I'm talking about like libs and sockdems. This is a much wider spread problem. I just want people to know their basic terminology. Know the basics of what you're talking about. Maybe look up a little bit of the history. Maybe if you're feeling a little extra spicy. But just like know what the fuck you're talking about. You ask too much. I know I do. I know I like asking for basic competence is asking too much. I know that. I've been on Twitter. I see what's happening. But I'm imploring you guys, the people who watch me, who go out there and engage in the world when I'm not live and go back into hibernation within my computer. I'm just asking you guys to, like, take a beat and try to fucking figure out, at the very least, the basic terminology of what you're talking about. This reminds of your debate with Dr. Heem. Yeah, it was a little bit about... I was drawing a little bit about my debate with Dr. Heem Doubt. Who I like, by the way. Dr. Heem is, you know... contentious, perhaps? A contentious figure? Is he? I don't know. It's been a while since I've interacted with him at all. Yeah, Snuggle Kitten, Jeremy Corbyn has been a huge disappointment. I guess, fortunately, he's largely irrelevant after being a pretty abysmal failure as a prime minister. Honestly, GD Reaper, I don't know that there's anything we can do to oppose automation using AI. I don't think there's anything we can do about that. What I think we can and should do is institute a more aggressive version of Bernie Sanders' proposed automation tax. Bernie Sanders proposed a tax on robots and automated production that I think should also apply to AI. And perhaps it does already. I'm not... I read it a while ago. But if it doesn't include AI and cover AI, it certainly should, because that's a great idea, frankly. Why do you think he failed? I mean, gestures at the UK. But also, he failed because of a lot of the institutional failures of like the left-leaning parties in the UK. Stuff's gonna get real weird in jobs over the next couple of years. It's already getting real weird in jobs. Like, guys, there are websites that I used to work for in the video game industry that are currently in the process of turning over their content creation to, like, essentially AI generators, people who will work as, like, the folks who type in what they want the AI to then generate, you know, so they can mass generate articles about, like, you know, infinite articles about Dragon Ball Z, you know, like that's basically what they want, right? Like, completely? Not completely, but like it's the fastest and cheapest way to, like, put out the most content in the cheapest way possible. And they don't care about the quality of the articles as long as it's going to get clicks. So it's going to be Watch Mojo. Yeah, Watch Mojo. Absolutely. Screen Rant. Yeah. I'm all for that tax because businesses should pay their fair share. My only concern would be that it would drive jobs to where those taxes aren't imposed. I mean, maybe. It's possible. I think perhaps it's more expensive to move a factory if it's entirely roboticized, but yeah. I hear audiobook companies are going hard on AI and screwing the voice actors. Oh yeah, 100%. Like once you have like what they're gonna do is they're gonna have a few contractors who like do like voice acting for an AI bot, and then that AI bot is just gonna voice like, you know, every other audiobook. It doesn't have to be a good job. Then there's gonna be a market for like the premium audiobooks, you know? You're going to have the shitty AI generated audiobooks. And over time, those AI generated voices are going to get better and better. But then in the meantime, you're going to have like the premium voiced audiobooks. New market for only human writers. I mean, that market is going to be almost untenable, specifically for the reason that SEO is going to be impossible. You can't out SEO an AI generator as a human being, you know? Did you see that AI Jesus Twitch channel? Wild stuff. AI Jesus is based, though. Refuses to be homophobic. Well, that's pretty cool. The problem is that somebody's going to get stupid and let them have rights to their voice forever. I mean, I'm not like Paladin. I don't even think that it's going to be that people get stupid. It's going to be that that's the only contract they offer, you know? And people in increasingly desperate financial circumstances are going to take that. I will take a moral stand that I want the art that I consume to be generated by other human beings. I mean, I want only art generated by human beings, but like a lot of the entry level jobs and a lot of the jobs that allow people to then go on and make their art, you know, are going to be gone. You know, the artists who do like logo design, they're going to be run out of business. The writers who do copy editing, they're going to be gone. The writers who do like the bit journalism, like they're going to be gone. You know? I heard about a self-checkout that charged tips. Fuck that. AI will very likely replace the more humanity-based jobs more and more, leaving the market really only needing physical labor. Yeah, and Sentient Waffle, I don't know what that means for the United States, since the United States is primarily a service economy. So, like, I don't know what happens when AI becomes even more widespread. You know, this is why we need, like, improvements to our social services that we are currently not on track to get. This is why we need perhaps some form of universal you know, healthcare for sure, but like universal basic income perhaps. This is why we need like a robot and an AI tax. Oh, LB, thank you for the compliment on my hair. Also, chat, we have been going for 2.5 hours. This is your top of the hour ad break. If any of you would like to support riverboat.gg, if you're over on Twitch, if you're over on YouTube, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. You can be in the on-screen chat. Just type riverboat.gg into your browser, or use !site in the chat to get a link. Come on over. And folks, consider dropping some subs and donos, because that is what allows me to live and continue to make you guys content. And by the way, your support makes it possible for me to do more and cooler things. And I haven't talked about it a whole lot, but in July, I will be going to Chicago to host a talk at Netroots Nation about organizing outreach to Gen Z and millennials via streaming. So, yeah, you guys supporting me are helping to make that happen. And it is a very sincere possibility and hope that by doing this talk and going to that event, I will be able to make more connections that will allow us as a community to do more and more things. Oh no, famous Democrat-controlled war zone, Chicago? Yeah. We chat here even when Jack is offline. You guys do. Offliners are my favorite. Hey, Red One Monster. As an elder trans, where the hell do you get bras for people over 6 feet tall? Well, so the question isn't height. The question you need to do a bra measurement, Red One Monster. So height doesn't matter as much as bandwidth. So you need to like measure around kind of the chest right underneath the breast area. So measure around there. And then depending on comfort, you might have to like figure out your cup size. But the main one is going to be the band length. Torrid does have some good bras that fit larger people. Also, my partner is working on a line of underwear that hopefully in the near future will be ready to run by you folks. But we'll be accommodating to people of a lot of different sizes, and it's really, really exciting. And yeah. Yeah, we'll be 10-letter name. We'll be sending out like a little survey to folks in this community just to get kind of like a idea of some of the things you guys are missing. But yeah, just an idea born out of the fact that like it's really hard as a trans person myself to find like underwear that fits. It's really, really hard. And like a lot of the places that sell underwear that does fit can be more oriented towards cross-dressers, and that's not very affirming, you know? How do you figure out the cup size? I have a B and D cup, so I hate bras. Yeah, that sounds infuriating. So ordinarily, if you were like a cis lady, I would recommend like getting a bra fitting. But for a trans lady, I can understand that might be very difficult. So, I'm not an expert. I would suggest Googling how to measure cup size. I have the benefit of like having a partner who like professionally made bras, so like she's able to help correctly size me. But yeah, I don't know how to describe that process, unfortunately. That does cheer me up. Facebook parent company Meta slapped with a record 1.3 billion EU fine over data privacy. Man, if only the US actually slapped these companies with those kinds of fines. Holy shit. Meta was fined this record-breaking amount for violating EU privacy laws by transferring the personal data of Facebook users to servers in the United States. Yo, get fucked. Get fucked, bro. You could do a stream about it one day. A stream about what? Sorry, my brain got distracted. What are we talking about? Hey, with Otro. We need better privacy in the US. We really do. Also with Otro, you're a white name. Oh no. Yeah, and I know that like a lot of stores that sell bras will do bra fittings. I just also know that like as a trans person, I would be extraordinarily uncomfortable for a stranger to do a bra fitting on me, you know? Also, chat, did anyone want to make a sub or a dono? It would help me to live. If we had better lawmakers, the TikTok ban would have been a GDPR-style data protection law instead of the Digital Age Patriot Act 2.0. Well, yeah, no, of course, you know. BRB. I need to get some water. So my mouth is dry as fuck. I'll be right back.
For Tay cause.
Hey, Vox and Socks. Hello, Lotta Apples. I'm glad you like my new hair, Lotta Apples. I'll also try the offline chat. Offline chat is cool chat. I like it when I come in to prep stream and I see you guys are already talking in here. All right, how we doing, folks? How we living? Oh, Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to With Otro. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. I like chatters who support my ability to live. I'm okay, I'm eating dinner? Hell yeah. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna talk about Michael Knowles today, because even though I made fun of him last week, I don't feel like I really ripped into him enough. And, frankly, he deserves all of the shit he gets.
Bud Light continues to collapse. This is now, I think, the 5th week in a row. Retail data from...
Oh, hey, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you
Hope this helps.
for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Honestly, like, when you guys gift me 5 subs, especially over on the riverboat.gg site, like, it genuinely makes a difference for, like, my ability to, like, buy groceries and stuff. So thank you so goddamn much. I really, really appreciate that. He's still talking about Bud Light. They're all still talking about Bud Light. Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity. Okay? Let's take a quick gander here. All right. Yo, Lotta Apples. Thank
3
you for
more H. White names genocided.
Oh God, please don't get me canceled. Thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, but Anheuser-Busch is really hurting here. As you can see, they are still at one of the highest points of their entire year. Like, yeah, sure, it's not 66.7, but like, it's actually pretty good. You know, they're actually like well within like the normal range here of like their stock prices. It's crazy. It wasn't even a sponsored ad. They sent Dylan Mulvaney a Bud Light can with her face on it. And decided that they would try to ineffectually destroy a beer company. Because she did a 40-second long Instagram video about it. Anyway, here we go.
From Bump Williams Consulting and Nielsen IQ indicate that Bud Light sales have declined 23.6% in the week ending May 6th relative to the same period last year. This is an even worse decline than for the week ending April 29th, which was an even worse decline than the week before and the week before and the week before. Not only is Bud Light dealing with this decline in sales, but the other Anheuser-Busch companies are also dealing with this decline in sales. Budweiser,
oh, damn. Michael, did you come up with that all by yourself? Michael, did you... Anheuser-Busch? Oh, damn. You got us, Michael. With your... That's that clever Knowles wit that you're known for. Anheuser-Busch?
Heavy sales have fallen
Jesus.
11.4%, the week ending April 29th, and 9.7%, the week ending May 6th. Michelob Ultra fell 4.3%, 2.9% respectively. Natty Light has fallen 5.2% and 2.5% respectively. So all of those companies are feeling the downstream effects of Bud Light, and they continue to lose ground, though at least for them it seems to be leveling off. For Bud Light, not only are they losing sales massively, it's still getting worse. It shows no sign of letting up. Conservatives are showing no sign of giving up. Bud Light is not the only company going pro-trans. Obviously, we'll get to Starbucks India in just a moment.
By the way, I love that he's trying to imply that conservatives have like stopped buying so much beer from Anheuser-Busch that they're in any way threatened. They have a market cap of almost $100 billion. They're gonna be fine. They could literally just stop selling beer today and continue to exist as a company doing full payroll for like the next century.
But this is a message. This to me feels a little bit different than other times that conservatives have pushed back a little bit against the culture. And the reason for that is that conservatives are keeping it up. I think Bud Light is just kind of done. Bud Light could fix it.
Are you fucking serious? Oh yeah, bro, it's totally done. That's why it's still in the highest range of the stock price it's had for years. Yeah, this is like the equivalent of like some guy showing up at the Olympics to heckle the first place medalist. You're like, yeah, well, you might have won the gold medal in this year's Olympics, but you went like 5 seconds slower than last year's gold medal winner. Yeah, you really suck, you know that? You're not even that fast. Sure, you're beating everybody this year, but you're not that fast. Like, it's the equivalent of that. It's just like, bruh, I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be on the Wheaties box. What are you doing?
Of course, Bud Light, if the CEO came out and just apologized and said, sorry, we don't support the trans stuff. It's obviously a false anthropology. Sorry to offend you guys. Please.
A false anthropology? Michael, do you even know what words mean? What? Okay. Sorry, we made a mistake about the trans thing. We recognize that in several hundred years, if someone were to dig up the grave of a trans person, they would see a male skeleton. Like, what? First of all, who gives a fuck? And second of all, pretty sure, like, skeletal changes do happen for a lot of trans people. Hey, Bread into Toast, how you doing? You've been gone for a while.
Just buy our product again. We're gonna put John Wayne on the can. Forget about Dylan Mulvaney. We'll put John Wayne on the can.
You know what? They should do this, unironically. They should put John Wayne on a can of, like, Bud Light. But, like, John Wayne in drag, you know? Wait, actually... Did John Wayne ever do drag? Oh, interesting. Wait.
If people can't handle that other type of people exist, they're the weak ones.
True. And thank you for the $5 donut, Catalina Gearbox. You know, there are a lot of people who claim that John Wayne was bisexual, by the way. I'm trying to see. Did John Wayne ever do any drag in his movies? Cuz that'd be pretty funny. They literally can't tell based on skeletons, even for cis people. They literally use belongings discovered with remains to assist in gendering skeletons, because then they cannot really tell reliably based on bone structure. Damn it! You mean the television show, the hit television series Bones wasn't a documentary? God damn it, why does television lie to me?
I think people would go back and buy it, but Bud Light can't do it. This is the point that I was making with ESG and DEI and the international institutions like GARM that are partnered with the World Economic Forum.
We all loved Bones. Bones was a great show. It's just quality filmmaking.
Partnered with all of the woke asset managers that are investing on the basis not just of what is going to increase profits to shareholders and not just what's going to please customers, but what is going.
It's a Roro, no. These hips don't lie. Damn it, Shakira. Ah, yes. The in the future, anime scientists will be looking at our decrepit bones, and are just very curious as to the lack of vagina bones amongst our populations. Oh god, they'd be like, "Damn, a whole lot of girls had this shark plushie during this time of history." Yeah. Oh god. Fuck, man. God, one of my friends literally got like painted as like a pedophile because of vagina bones in a goddamn anime video game. Ridiculous. I did not edit this. Yeah, put this John Wayne on the Bud Light can. 20 seconds later, every Republican self-immolates.
Going to appease the radicals who are writing these ideological prescriptions for businesses. Bud Light is caught between a rock and a hard place, because the more they appease the radicals who write the rules for the industry and for their company, the less the customers are going to like it. The more the customers like their product, the less the woke-minded investors are going to like the product. So what are they going to do? They can't apologize. If they could, they would have by now. But they feel that they
presented without comment. No comment. No comment. No comment. It appears the Blahaj was present for the ceremonial ascension of the trans girl in the year 2020.
cannot. The other thing that's really great about this story, and people aren't focusing on it too much, is how much this has damaged the Dylan Mulvaney brand.
Yo, these motherfuckers literally live in a perpetual opposite day. They live in perpetual opposite day. It's like Groundhog Day. Except every day they wake up, it's opposite day. They think that they not buying beer is somehow this revolutionary act. They think that if they buy like a 24 pack of Bud Light and then go pour it into Boston Harbor, they've basically won the war against King George. And not only that, they think that talking about a trans woman 24/7 non-stop for like 2 months over the fact that she had her face on a can is somehow damaging her brand? My guy, you're giving her free advertising. More free advertising than she could have possibly imagined. She's going to be in your crosshairs, in your sights for the rest of your natural lives. Because you guys won't stop thinking about her or talking about her, which makes her increasingly relevant on the left. You guys focusing on her doesn't damage her brand. It makes it more valuable because more people are talking about her. Good God.
Yes, he's still getting partnerships. Yes, he's still getting sponsorships.
Look, look, Dylan Mulvaney's brand is damaged beyond all belief. I mean, yes, Dylan Mulvaney is still making money, and yes, she's still getting tons of sponsored deals, and yes, she's still doing a massive media circuit, but it's really hurting her brand, guys.
But I think companies are going to think twice now. If one picture of this dude on one can of Bud Light was able to destroy the most popular beer in America, and conservatives are not giving up on it, that is going to make, maybe not makeup companies, maybe not niche companies, but that is going to make normal, big, mainstream companies think twice before giving that guy any attention or any money. And that is a very, very good thing. We need to make this ideology, well, it's not that we need to make it toxic for advertisers. It is a toxic ideology. We just need to demonstrate. We need to get it through the skulls of the advertising executives to see how toxic the ideology of transgenderism really is.
Dude, bro, this guy is like it's not just Michael Knowles, obviously. Michael Knowles is just very, very stupid. But a lot of conservatives just don't understand advertising. Like, they think, well, we disagree with it and it makes us mad. And then we go out and we make videos about destroying our coffee makers and our beer, and that shows them the what for. And it's just like, bro, you went out and like burned like 3 pairs of Nike shoes back when Colin Kaepernick got like a Nike ad because you were so mad about it, and you thought you destroyed the company. You thought you destroyed Nike? And that ad campaign made them almost $1 billion. The ad campaign that Nike did with Colin Kaepernick that made conservatives furious made Nike like jumped their profits by 10%. They made an additional $847 million off of that ad campaign, which is fueled in no small part on social media by their rage. It's wild. Bread into toast, I really don't like that you called Michael Knowles the human pudding cup, because that just means that he needs to watch himself around Ron DeSantis. Yeah, the Keurig. I don't have as good of a memory around the Keurig. I don't remember what they were mad about when it came to that, but that was very funny.
Right now, go to puretalk.com/Knowles. Do you remember the last time you got a free phone? You started out feeling great, and then came the hefty activation fees, the 4-line requirements, and of course that binding contract. Pure Talk is giving you a free 5G Samsung Galaxy phone without the feeling that you've been duped. When you switch to Pure Talk's unlimited talk and text data plan that comes with a
It always fascinates me what ads they get on these shows.
for Americans by Americans. Okay, Starbucks, what are you selling me? We got a dad, he's calling his son Arpit. He's looking kind of irritated.
सुनो
His mama
इस बार
looking
गुस्सा
over
मत होना
at her
प्लीज
husband. Says, listen, don't get angry this time, please. And in walks a woman. Wait a second, that woman looks a little weird. That woman kind of looks like that dude that the dad was.
How really? How do you figure? Like, I'm sorry. Wait, let's back up this ad real quick. Just real quick. This is the picture. And then they don't look like the same person, Michael. No one would look at this person and be like, ah, yes. That you see. This woman looks weird. No one thinks that, Michael.
And in walks a woman. Wait a second, that woman looks a little weird. That woman
You can tell he pre-watched. Shaking my damn head.
kind of looks like that dude that the dad was just calling. And then, wait a second, that woman, she's got kind of broad shoulders. Okay.
What? She's got kind of broad shoulders. She looks like a normal woman, Michael. What are you talking about? There are literally other women in the shot who have shoulders as wide.
And then, wait a second, that woman, she's got kind of broad shoulders. Okay.
I know,
Dad,
bade
he's
saal
not
beet
feeling
gaye.
it.
Michael Knowles would go on a date with this woman and never know that she was trans. I want to make that perfectly clear. Like, if Michael Knowles was single and on the market and went on a date with this woman, he would never know that she was trans. And he would never get to first base.
लेकिन
I know
आप
it's
आज
been
भी
years.
मेरे लिए सब कुछ हो.
But you still mean the world to me. And then Dad is there. He misses his son.
Coffee?
Even if his son's wearing a dress.
3 cold coffees for Arpita.
Did you want coffee? 3 coffees for Arpita.
3 cold coffees for Arpita.
Arpit is the man's name, you see, but Arpita is the girl's name.
How? Just genuine question. Like, we're able to watch this because Michael Knowles is a piece of shit human who is fun to dunk on. How do conservatives watch this? And, like, not just find it absolutely grating how he's, like, spoon-feeding this pre-made reaction to them. You know, like, how do they watch this zero charisma guy just suck anything, like everything, anything, just sucking away? Is the mom also trans? She has whitish shoulders. You know what? That might be. You know, maybe the mom is also trans and the dad is trans, actually. The twist is everyone in the restaurant is actually trans.
आज भी मेरा बच्चा है.
The dad says,
Spoon-fed
for
like
me, you're
pudding.
still my kid.
No.
बस एक लेटर ही तो ऐड हुआ है तेरे नाम में.
Only a letter has got added to your name. Some got subtracted too, by the way. That's the grislier part. Letter was added. So we had one letter added, and then we had some other body parts subtracted. So on the
Michael, you don't know? What are you talking about? Why you like this is the weird part, right? People like weird scumfuck, like they're like, ah yes, trans. Oh, they added a letter to her name. Oh, but they took something else. Something disgusting to even mention. It's like, bro, some trans people don't have bottom surgery. You don't know. You don't know unless you are like weirdly obsessed with genitals, which all of these freaks are. You don't know what trans women have downstairs. It's a pretty personal thing. It get it because of surgery. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, but she might not have had bottom surgery. We don't know. She might not have had any surgeries. What are you talking about, Michael?
the whole same person. Okay. Starbucks India. I'd be curious to see what kind of commercials Starbucks Pakistan is putting out. Do you think Starbucks Pakistan is putting out the pro-trans commercials? I'm a little bit skeptical of that. But in the West and in more pro-Western countries, even in the subcontinent, in India, you see this pro-trans propaganda.
Does he know, chat? Do you think he knows? I mean, I feel like it would have to come up, right? Right? Folks, in case you guys don't know, India has a legally recognized third gender that goes back thousands of years in historical record called the Hijra. There are over 10 million Hijra in India. And there are over 250,000 of them, by the way, in Pakistan. And by the way, that 10 million figure doesn't include other trans people. It's just the Hijra people. So, yeah, the Hijra is like a legally protected third gender in India. But then there are, trans men, trans women, non-binary who don't fall into the Hijra category. And there are several million of them in India as well. Like, do they have spells and stuff? No, not as far as I know, though they were usually the Hijra were like respected as like spiritual advisors, and also like valued like lords and ladies and such. Well, maybe not lords and ladies, but like advisors, I guess. But yeah, no, if you're gonna like try and be like, oh yeah, do you think how India is being bombarded with this third gender and transgender propaganda, bitch, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, of course he doesn't care. Of course he doesn't care, but it's funny to me, right? The bar for conservatives to talk about this stuff is so low. Is so fucking low.
The most jarring.
Oh.
Why are they so obsessed with my junk? I'm only casually interested in my junk and I'm having more fun with than they would.
True. I don't know, Catalina Gearbox.
Part of this commercial to me is this man who now thinks he's a woman saying, hey, Dad, I know it's been years.
Michael, if you tried to refer to that person as a man in any like casual social context, no one would know who the fuck you're talking about. No one recognizes that lady, and that she passes very well, Michael. The only way you know that she's trans is because the commercial specifically makes it clear.
I know it's been years. What does that mean? Does it mean this guy hasn't talked to his father for years?
Yes.
I don't care what dress you're wearing or what delusions you're entertaining. That's wrong. That's not a nice thing to do.
Yeah. I wonder why someone might choose to do that, Michael. It's also not a nice thing to treat your child so poorly that they feel like they need to not talk to you for years. Yeah, like I don't know, Michael, is it rude to not speak to your father who beats you? Like sure, it might be rude to not speak to someone, but like there's surely a line at which it's acceptable to cut off contact with a parent or a member of your family. Yeah, exactly, Ghost Thief. Also, welcome to the riverboat.gg site.
It's not a nice thing to just not talk to your father for years. So the father here,
Oh, by the way, though, the father in this circumstance bears more responsibility than the child. Parents have more responsibility to their children than children have to their parents. Just gonna throw that out there.
you really feel for the guy because he's sitting there. His son is engaging in bizarre, deviant, and destructive sexual behavior. But he loves his son, and he wants to have a relationship with his son. So he says, okay, I guess I have to lie. I guess the only option I'm left with right now that this culture is leaving me with is I've got to just lie and go tell the barista to get me 3 coffees for Arpita. Okay, and now I lied, and now my son will accept me again, and now we can all sit and talk.
By the way, if your parent is being a sad sack like this and is like feeling like they have to lie in order to maintain a relationship with you, hey, tell them to tell you the truth, and then you can simply choose not to have a relationship with them again. You know, like yeah, exactly, Zara 6 Firehorse. Exactly. Like, it doesn't usually go that the children cut off the parents unless the parents are being incredibly abusive. Most children want to have a relationship with their parents. Lot of apples. Thank you for gifting Ghost
Lotta
Thief a sub.
_ apples gave * Ghost Thief * a tier 1 * subscription.
Like, I still see my dad, and my dad doesn't accept me as a woman, and it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. If they're lying, doesn't that show that they care? I mean, sure, but like, I don't want to be around someone who's just lying to me, you know? This man has children. This is so emotionally stunted. His children would outpace him by the age of 9. I mean, like, every one of these freaks who, like, works for the Daily Wire is gonna have fucked up kids, okay? There's no way Michael Knowles is capable of raising children that are, like, well-adjusted. There's no way Matt Walsh doesn't, like, beat his kids with a belt. There's no way. I just refuse to believe that. Like, and Candace Owens has, like, the disposition of someone who would, like, put out lit cigarettes on her kids. Like, it's crazy. These people are cruel and disgusting and revel in the pain they can cause others for money.
It is so sad. It reminds me of that clip from Family Guy where Quagmire's dad is a transvestite, and he's sitting at a bar, and the bartender comes up and says, "Excuse me, ma'am, you can't look at pornography on your phone at the bar. It's just there. He's just watching porn at the bar. So you can't do that. We don't allow that at this bar. And then Quagmire's dad, who is dressed like a woman, he says, no, no, no.
I hate him so much. I'm sorry, you're doing a video. You're doing a scripted video, Michael Knowles. And instead of creating, like, your script, you're not even showing the clip from Family Guy. You're poorly describing a clip from Family Guy. Like, at least when I do shit like that, I have the excuse that I'm doing, like, a 7 or 8 hour long show, and sometimes I get a little loopy, because it's, like, 3 a.m. You know, like, what? Man, this guy sucks.
You don't understand. I'm trans. And then the bartender says, oh, okay, in that case, do whatever you want. You can just do whatever you want, and you'll never be held accountable for anything, because you have a delusional perception of yourself. Okay, that's fine. That's where we are. As though if you can claim this defective perception, then you can get away with anything. You can get away with murder, okay? In the eyes of the media, you literally can get away with murder. That seems wrong, doesn't it? In the old culture, what we would have done is we would have said, hey, Arpita, no, you're a man. And no, I know you're doing bad things, and you've done some bad things, in part because of your defective perception. So we're going to fix your perception. And in our...
Like, gotta be honest, guys, like, look, it's so fucking weird to me that he's just like, yeah, we're like Family Guy, spending like a minute and a half talking about it. Like, bruh, that's the equivalent of me going like, yeah, this just like real life for real. Oh my god, look at it. This is what America's like right now. It's look at this incisive commentary on American life. This is why egg prices are so high. It's not good. It's not commentary. It doesn't mean anything.
Our modern culture, what do?
If you're gonna fix our modern culture, what do? Well, you see, I'm Michael Knowles, and I think we should build some cozy camps. Just for the transes. Or should I say, the trannies. Ding. And you know, we'll make some ovens to keep them warm in the chilly, chilly winters. That's what I propose, me, Michael Knowles.
We say, if you want to be a good person, you want to get along in society at all, you want to be allowed to function even according to the law, oh, you just have to lie. Write Arpita on the cup of coffee, and then you're fine. Also, in more trans pop culture news, because even as the people recoil against,
everyone is fighting people in chicken costumes. Honestly, fighting people in chicken costumes it's a metaphor for the daily grind. You know, if you're rising and grinding, you rising every day and you fighting that chicken. Okay, it's a real chicken fight out there.
Against transgenderism, even as Pew Research shows that 60% of Americans recognize that transgenderism is fake, even as Bud Light continues to lose market cap and sales. Even still.
It comes back to the Bud Light. Are you for real? Dude! The company's fine! What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? It's fine. It's literally up so many percentage points from where it was like a year ago. This is ridiculous. God. Honestly, I used to not like Dylan Mulvaney that much because I found her incredibly cringe and like irritating. I've done a full 180 on Dylan Mulvaney. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, Dylan Mulvaney should be on every single product in America. Anything that is sold in America should have a little engraving or stamp of Dylan Mulvaney on it, because these people just piss themselves at the very thought of her existence. And frankly, they don't deserve any waking moment where they are not thinking about her.
Still, companies are peddling transgenderism because the ideologues who hold on to the purse strings, they continue to push it.
Dylan is a she, I believe.
Now, for a Pride ad, some dudes are modeling women's bathing suits for Adidas.
Cool.
Okay, okay. You get the picture. We don't need to see anymore. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. I'm not even totally opposed, in theory, to men wearing bathing suits that look somewhat like this, because that's what men did in the 1920s in like really old-timey beach bathing suits. But they shouldn't be wearing these kind of thong-like bathing. It should be like full-body bathing suits, like the burkini almost.
Ah, yes. Men should not be wearing these thong-like bathing suits. Yes. Men famously never wearing suits. Yeah, look, men should be wearing these as God intended, okay? Look, okay? We know that God intended men to be wearing tiny little strips of cloth over their genitals to show the bulge, wrapped in an American flag. Okay, that's what God intended. There we go. Fixed it. Look, Michael Knowles is so fucking weird, guys. I just...
But for men, I could understand that. But that's not what's going on here. The suits are stylized to be as womanly as possible, and then the dudes who are being picked to model them are fairly masculine. These are intentionally masculine-looking dudes, and it's just to shove it in your face.
Just real quick. Okay, look, I don't know about you guys.
Okay, okay.
I don't necessarily see this as, like, terribly masculine. But also, like, I don't know, there's nothing about this outfit.
Picture. We don't need to see anymore. I've seen enough.
There's nothing about this outfit that makes me like,
I've seen enough.
What a feminine cut suit. I don't know. Men be out here basically wearing bikini bottoms. That's fine, I guess.
Bathing suits, like the burkini almost, but for men. I could understand that. But that's not what's going on here. The suits are stylized to be as womanly as possible, and then the dudes who are being picked to model them are fairly masculine. These are intentionally masculine-looking dudes, and it's just to shove it in your face. It's just to beat you down into submission. The purpose of these commercials is not, as the transgenderists would pretend, to convince you that these dudes are actually chicks. The purpose of these commercials is to shove right in your face.
Wait. They're not trying to convince you that they're chicks. This is specifically men's swimwear. What are you talking about, bud? Are you okay? Is there a gas leak at the Daily Wire?
Face that these are dudes. They are so obviously dudes, and to force you to lie. And they say this is all for Pride Month. Here we go. We got it.
I'm confused. Who's lying? They're just wearing swimsuits. And the swimsuits are for men. They just look more feminine. I just, man.
Another month. I told you. You know I hate to say I told you so.
But I'm calling it. By the end of Pride Month, Michael Knowles is just gonna be full on like we need an Auschwitz for trans people. Full on. By the time we get to the end of Pride Month, all these Daily Wire folks are gonna be calling for like mass executions and arrests of trans people. Calling it now.
You know, those slippery slope fallacies, they're always so fallacious. But what happened? Back when Pride Day was a day, we all said,
What?
this is going to spread. And then Pride Day became Pride Week, and then Pride Week became Pride Month, and that was the month of June. But June wasn't enough. So then the LGBT LMNOP people...
Pride Month wasn't enough? Is Michael Knowles under the impression that we took over a year? Which year was Pride year? Was it 2022?
They took October. October became LGBT History Month.
What?
So now that meant...
I don't think anybody knew that except for you, because you're a freak, my guy.
that the LGBT movement had 1/6 of the calendar year. But I don't know if you've checked your calendar.
I didn't know that. I've been a featured content creator on Pride Month. I've never heard this before.
Calendars recently, it's not June yet, it's May. It's mid-May. And we're already seeing all of the Pride stuff, which means that
it's mid-May because they have to start advertising the shit, Michael.
The LGBT LMNOP, they have colonized 1/4 of the year, and they are showing no signs of stopping. We are headed toward Pride year. We are headed toward Pride perpetuity. That's where we are.
Cool. Sign me up. Trans people and gay people having rights year round. Let's go, baby.
Get your bathing suits ready, fellas. Boy, oh boy, that was a great clip. If you want all the clips and the interview.
By the way, just as a fun aside, this also came up when I searched for
OMFG, this asterisk is complaining about being the majority.
Yes, indeed. But I googled this. This also came up when I was looking for the ASOS swimwear. And I just have to say, I'm in favor of this design becoming more of the norm. 10 out of 10, really. ASOS design swim briefs with tie sides in blue. 10 out of 10. No revisions. Very good. Hey, Lady Leopard. Are you going to bed, Ghost Thief? Get good sleep, okay? But like, I wish Michael Knowles would complain about this. We could have slapped this on screen the entire time, Maybe a little too much fabric? Yeah, it needs to be tighter. Oh god, kink at Pride. I don't know. Maybe AC Real, I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope for a hero. Okay? And that hero will be the leftist who simply says no when the thought comes into their mind whether or not to bring up kink at Pride discourse. Oh, that was Material Squirrel. Get good sleep, Material Squirrel. Also, chat. We've now been going for 3.5 hours. Almost 4 hours, actually. If you've been enjoying the show, throw some subs or donos my way. Because that is how I don't die. Because I make content for you guys for a living. So if you're enjoying it, let me know by subscribing or making a dono. And if you're over on Twitch or YouTube, you can use the command ! site to get a link to come on over to riverboat.gg and be in the on-screen chat. And also, when you make donos and subs over on riverboat.gg, or gift subs, rather, I get 100% of that. None of it gets taken out for YouTube or for Twitch. Twitch actually takes 50% of the subs. So if you subscribe over here, I get the 100% of it, minus PayPal fees. Polyamory is based in good. True. Monogamy is also based in good. But also not for everyone. Hell yeah. God, Michael Knowles.
I would.
God. Oh God. Okay. Wait. Oh shit, guys. Let's look at a couple movie trailers that I've been meaning to show you guys for a bit. Could be a fun little break from politics. Does that sound fun? Yes, let's go. All right. I think you guys are going to like these. So, there's a new movie coming out. All right? It might have already come out, actually. But I didn't hear anything about it. And it looks cool as shit. And it stars Donnie Yen, who, if any of you watch martial art movies, is cool as hell.
我唔係英雄，我只係一個堅守正道嘅平凡人。
Do you guys like Avatar? The Last
中
Airbender?
江山岌岌可危。
馬副幫主尋晚被奸人所害，有人指證係你做嘅。
我一定會查明真相。話我殺恩師，話我殺父母。
江湖上人人都話佢十惡不赦，
我絕不退縮。
爹盡力為願。
針協力頂能，鏟除喬峰。
如果你唔歸順嘅話，我就要你死喺呢度。
今晚我就要同你個了斷。
It looks so cool. I don't know if that movie is cool, but it looks so cool. It looks so cool, chat. Additionally, we have one more trailer. I don't know what to expect from this one, but Was this, I don't know who this is, who directs this, but it looks sick as hell. Okay? This one's called The Creator. Cross Crescent Creed. Yeah, I got my hair did today. Glad you guys noticed. You guys noticed I did something with my hair. Lions After Slumber, you know what I'm at. All right. This one's called The Creator.
What's heaven?
It's a peaceful place in the sky.
Are you going to heaven?
No. No!
Why not?
No, I'm gonna get the MCA! No!
You gotta be a good person to go to heaven.
Shit. I can't. We can't. Here, we gotta mute it. I'm sorry. I can't. The YouTube algorithm probably already, like, got it on the video.
Whatever's in there, they're sure worried about someone getting in.
Yeah, we're getting out.
We're the same. We can't go to heaven. Because you're not good. And I'm not a person.
Did you locate the weapon?
Yeah, it's a kid. Seatbelts.
What do you want with the child?
We are this close to winning the war. Execute her, or we go extinct.
They're coming to get me.
Well, that looked pretty cool. I'm sorry I had to mute it. I probably still gonna get slapped. John David Washington. Where do I know that name from? Where do I know him from? Oh, he was in Black Klansman and Tenet. And The Piano Lesson. Everyone knows about that one. Wait, is he Denzel's son? Oh. Yeah, he's the son of Denzel Washington. Okay. That looks like it has a runtime of 3 hours. It looks like it has a runtime of 3 hours, but it only feels like it has a runtime of 2 hours. Also, hello, Punished Mage, and welcome to my channel. Pepog. You sing it? I mean, I can't. Okay, full disclosure, I can't sing Aerosmith songs very well. I'm sorry. I've tried. It's just very hard. This TV show has me hooked. Oh yeah. I've seen like ads for this show. This show looks really good. From looks really good. Oh, speaking of television shows, as long as we're talking about TV, on a whim, I started watching a show on Apple TV today called Schmigadoon. And it's kind of great. It's about this couple whose relationship is on the rocks, and they go on a hiking trip to try and rekindle their romance. And in the process, they get sucked into an alternate dimension that is entirely just the town, a town named Schmigadoon, where people just spontaneously burst into musical numbers. It's honestly really great. I'm gonna expose you guys to the trailer. It's basically like Brigadoon, but what if the people trapped in Brigadoon hated the fact that it was a musical? Here.
Leave me alone!
All I said is we should bail on the hike. I didn't mean us in general. I just meant the hike.
You don't want to make our relationship
Megan!
better?
Our relationship is fine.
What's that?
Megan!
Schmigadoon?
Welcome to our little town.
Where friends are all you meet.
Must be something they do for tourists.
Hey, everyone. Hey there, Pete. Woo! Can we go now?
Already?
What?
We can't leave. It's like magic. We're in an actual musical.
Please, God, no.
Everybody! They said we're only here till we found true love. Do you think this is true love?
What does that even mean? Who knows what Schmigadoon thinks is true love? Which of you ladies wants to cross this bridge with me?
You want to try with other people? What a beautiful couple you two make. Stop it. You are stunning. Compared to you, I'm a barefoot mess. Ah! Let's go find your shoes, shall we?
We're stuck here forever.
You're just going
Martin
to give up?
Short
We're
plays a
smart. We
leprechaun.
found our way out of IKEA. We'll find a way out of here.
Ladies, can I get a cackle?
We're in a musical, okay? Nobody gets killed in a musical, except Oklahoma, and Carousel, and South Pacific.
And Les Miserables.
Hello, West Side Story.
That's all the musicals.
I went in, it's a show. It's like a television show. And every episode has like 2 musical numbers in it, and it's actually way better than I thought it was going to be, and it's funny and charming. And like you get to know the other like people in this town, and it's actually charming. It's good. I like it. Martin Short plays a leprechaun. If you're familiar with musicals to any degree, you're going to be like, oh, this part is like that musical, and this part is like that musical. And it's like spoofing musical theater in a way that I find very charming as somebody who's not so secretly into musicals. And yes, it does have a season 2. It currently has a season 2. So that's pretty cool. Watch party? Yeah, we could do like a little watch party. I think. I don't know if I have the login. Well, you know, I can figure it out. Don't worry about it. I'm not big on musicals. Yeah, I mean, it's not everybody's cup of tea for sure, but I don't know. I appreciate ambitious television that tries to do something new, you know? The last musical show that I remember was Gallivant. And it wasn't the best, but I did like it. Yo, the creator looks great. I'm sorry I couldn't do it justice by playing the full trailer on stream. Yeah, I also really like the concept of like the couple being stuck in a musical and one member is like into the fact that it's a musical and the other half of the couple like just fucking hates musicals. It's great. Is the creator out yet? No, it releases on September 29th of this year. Sakura is out though. The first trailer I showed you guys. Jesus. 1 second. We gotta watch this. I'm making you guys indulge in my obsessions.
Hello. I'm in good shape. I'm not afraid anymore. Do you hear me? I'm not afraid anymore.
Jesus Christ.
It's a test to see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want any family. I don't want any family. Family sucks.
God, I fucking adore this YouTuber. Eli_handle_b.wave. Okay? 10 out of 10. They make these like video game edits that are just wonderful. My God, look at this one.
Welcome to City 17. You have chosen
Stop where you are. Stay on the rocks. Don't step on the sand. It makes the outline. Idiot!
Unregistered reference technique.
Governor Schwarzenegger is alien to the species. Will you give your child a chance for money?
How dare you even mention
Okay, we're watching. I know we already watched the Borat one, but I'm watching it again because I want to.
Yakshimash. My name is Borat. I like you. I like sex. It's nice. These are Orkin, a town mechanic and a abortionist. This is my mother. She oldest woman in the whole of Kusek. She is a 43. I love her.
Hey, Namretic.
Although Kazakhstan a glorious country, it have a problem too. Economic, social,
And cult.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
I am in a nest of gold. They have cleverly shifted their shapes. One of them has taken the form of a little old woman.
Well, that sounds great,
What
Brennan
is the
Toast.
best gun to defend
From a cult.
What you see is what I've got.
Come on and make my day.
Book.
Oh, nice.
Leon, help!
Well, I want to say hello. Welcome back in my town of Kusek. Since I returned, there have been much improvements. We no longer have a running of the
Cult.
It's cruel. We're Christians now.
Okay, I haven't seen this one. We'll watch this one too.
Get up now. There's work to be done.
Get up or I'll come get you up, you sluggerbag.
This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. Bitch!
Try out Lee's German fashion.
You did a fine job.
Dad, you're the goddamn Iron Chef.
Don't even think of going back there, you donkey.
Oh,
Quiet!
Don't worry, it's just a job like any other, only this one requires, let's say, the right moral disposition.
What are you doing?
well, that was awful. I didn't imagine a village yokel like you would have much skill, but you failed to meet even my low expectations.
A disease, you say? What do you make of it?
I'm thinking like an Ebola leak or something.
We shall have to prepare some medicine at once.
Wow.
Your Graces, I have to tell you in all seriousness that this land of ours is in the ship.
We can only take Talmberg by a ruse or with superior numbers. Ruses have failed.
And we are left with no choice but to build a trebuchet.
So you do have a plan?
It might just work.
Yes, science!
You want to strike the gate, do you?
True. We don't want to do more damage than necessary.
They really captured Jesse's yeah, bitch. Oh god. Did we get a new Kane Pixels? No. Sad day. How we doing, folks? That worked so well together. Just like us, we all work well together too, right? Also, chat, top of the hour ad break. Would you like me to make more content for you and to be able to pay rent? Then consider eliminating the white name scourge by gifting donos over on riverboat.gg, or making donos and activating text-to-speech to say silly things. I'm high, so I'm good? Hell yeah. Did Maxor release a new vid today? I don't know who Maxor is, so maybe. How do you like your coffee? I don't. I wish I liked coffee. Namretic, if you would like, head on over to riverboat.gg. There aren't any ads over there. Help, my name is White. I wish I liked coffee. I just don't. It's true, I only drink oil, and every day I go without oil. I get closer to death. The third Archon, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on twitch.tv. I appreciate it so goddamn much. A lot of apples. Thank you for gifting
Lotta
Bill Casey a
_
sub.
apples gave * Bill Casey * a tier 1 * subscription.
Yes, cover me in oil, chat. I only drink coffee at work because it's only there and I don't have to pay for it. I mean, that's a good reason, right? Let's see. Is there anything else here that I had on my mind? That was the new Maxor vid. I think you will like it. I don't know who Maxor is. Tell me. Weave me a tale. Paint me a glorious word picture. I keep thinking I have water in this cup and I don't. It's very disappointing. I thought I had another thing queued up, and it's driving me nuts that I can't think of what it is. You know the meme of what's your source, Senator? I made it the fuck up meme? Oh, that's Maxor. Gotcha. Alright. This is 22 minutes long. I will watch this off stream. That seems long and excessive. Good night, Sentient Waffle. I appreciate you and your presence and your energy and your coolness and the fact that you're nice. Man, usually I have good recommendations for stream. Unfortunately, all my recommendations are about are about Dune. It's Dune lore. I don't know why. I'm over here now. Hell yeah, Nemretic. You know how it do. What it is. Let's go. What is this? What is this? I'm sorry. What? 1 second. What is this? Oh shit. This is cool. I'm trying to figure out if I'm gonna get, am I going to get copyright clapped for this? We'll find out. We'll find out. So, I really like the Alien movies. And apparently, the official Alien YouTube channel has a series of professionally made 40th anniversary shorts that you can just watch on YouTube. So let's take a look. Yeah, you don't want to see these cheeks clapped.
It's the soil samples. Maggie's losing it. She's alerting. She won't obey my commands. I've never seen her like this. Dev.
Yo! Cross Crescent Creed with the $40 dono. God damn, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And you. Thank you so goddamn much. I hope you guys never think that I take for granted that you guys literally help me to live. You know, like, I'm grateful every time you guys make donos. Thank you so goddamn much. Fucking legend, mate.
I'm here. I don't see anything about new soil samples.
Well, I'm sitting here looking at him. Maggie, down.
Jules, you shouldn't name them.
We're begging for another contamination.
I'm putting the request for removal right now.
Not a request, Dev.
Doesn't matter what I say, Julie. They won't be here till the morning.
I don't want to have to start from scratch. Again.
Look, I'll go upstairs. I'll make a fuss and I'll see if I can get anyone down here sooner. The dog did its job. Do yours. Unless you need me to relieve you right now.
Nope, I got it. Maggie, go get it. I know. I told him.
Good dog.
DJ, I like the melody, but I gotta move my body. Oh, oh. I wanna go, I gotta shake it on the floor. I said, hey, watch me. I like it when you do, but I gotta move my body. Oh, oh. You gotta go, I gotta shake it on the floor. I got the movement and the attitude. I got something you could do. You could put my record on. You could play my favorite song. One where the bass goes boom, 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 ba-dum. I got my eye on the dance floor, eye on the door.
Sorry, I just realized my breasts might be different sizes.
No, wait! Greenhouse is on lockdown. I need you to override. Dev? Dev?
I hope the dog is fine. dog does not sound fine.
Maggie. Maggie?
Spoopy.
Maggie?
Oh shit, does it have an egg inside? It's got goop. It's gooping. Oh shit.
Gonna reboot.
Yes, wait!
Oh, fuck, dude.
Dev, there's something in here. You gotta get us out.
Okay, it sounds like the dog is still okay. Oh. Damn it.
Maggie? Maggie!
The dog's
Maggie,
okay.
quiet.
Oh, fuck, dude. No! No! can't face hug a dog. Oh. It sounds like it can face... This short is taking me through so many roller coasters with this dog. Smack the fuck out of it. Man, keep smacking it though. Oh.
What happened?
Oh, it's a robot dog.
Maggie did her job.
You okay? Oh, Jesus. What is this thing?
You did good.
That was really good. I was not expecting the dog robot. That made it a little bit easier, but it was still hard. It was a robot. He was a goddamn robot. Okay, I think we will save those for another day. But I will hit the subscribe button. Boom. Doggobot could come back. Doggobot 2.0, baby. She's a metal doggo mom. True. As long as the dog/robot killer gets it in the end, I'm good. Yeah. I'm glad that it was a robot and could not also be used as a vehicle to birth more horrible creatures into the world. All right. Chat. I think tonight, I'm going to call it a night. I feel like I've done an okay job. On stream tonight. I feel like this has been okay. I hope you all enjoyed your time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. I will be back tomorrow, and I'll have a much more prepped show. I appreciate all y'all, and you know what? We're gonna raid the Mafia Jinx. We haven't raided Mafia Jinx in a hot minute. I appreciate all y'all, and you guys stay frosty out there, okay? Get good sleep. And also, if any of you would like to join me in the Discord, I will stream the first couple episodes of Schmigadoon for you guys. If it seemed like that was interesting to you guys, if you guys would like to join me over there, again, it's just riverboat.gg/Discord if you're not in it. Yeah, let's go, baby. I'm gonna start the raid. Cause I don't know, I'm having fun with it, and maybe you guys can have fun with it with me. All right, Good night, everybody. Bye.